Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called A New Heaven and a New Earth. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 32 and Psalms 92 for us all. After he get done, we will come back and reintroduce the presentation and get right into it. Brother Yamin, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
You got the mic.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 32, please. That is Psalms 3:2. It reads, "Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom Yahweh imputeth not iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no guile. When I kept silent, my bones waxed old through my roaring all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Selah. I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and my iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto Yahweh, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. Selah. For this shall every one that is Elohimly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with my eye. Be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held with bit and bridle, lest thou come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusteth in Yahweh, mercy shall compass him about. Be glad in Yahweh and rejoice, ye righteous, and shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart." Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And as our dear brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 92 as well. That is Psalms 9:2. Cephas.
Can't hear you, brother.
Okay. We're at Psalms 92, brother. And it reads, "It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of our Elohim. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To shew that Yahweh is upright, he is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called A New Heaven and a New Earth. We will use this presentation like we use all our presentations to make a distinction, a difference between the holy and the unholy. Before we get started, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying Hallelujah, and like to thank the listening audience and greet the listening audience by saying Shalom. Today's presentation, A New Heaven and a New Earth. We are using this presentation to supply the people with hope, to let the people know that all is not lost. For Yahweh is great in the heavens and in the earth. And he has given the earth into man. Unfortunately, man's imagination has been only evil. We use the law and we use the testimonies to bring forth light. And in these laws and in these testimonies, Yahweh allowed his people to know that he required that which is past. And there is no new thing under the sun. So in this particular presentation, after we give our warning by way of wisdom, we will revisit the heavens and the earth as Yahweh made it, and we will find out why the Almighty has prophesied that he will make a new heaven and a new earth based on man's disobedience and based on man's imagination only being evil. Let us go straight into the presentation. Please, at this time, get yourself a pen, a piece of paper, and your holy scriptures, that you may follow along with your brother and jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will give today, dealing with a new heaven and a new earth. Let us all please start by turning our holy scriptures to the book of wisdom, Proverbs. And let's pick up at the very first chapter. Proverbs, the very first chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the very first chapter, if we start at the very first verse, and it reads, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion, to be able to make a difference between the holy and the unholy, between life and death. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall obtain into wise counsels. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instructions. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not, even if they're enticing you to vote. It says, consent thy not. Are they not sinners? Are they not the wicked? Are they not the heathen? It tells us in the 11th verse of the first chapter of Proverbs, if they say, come with us, let us lie wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance by way of tithes and offerings. We will fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Learn the ways of the heathen with us. Let us all have one purse. My son, please walk not thou in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. Even if they calling you less than a woman, even if they calling you less than a man, wisdom tells us to hold firm into your integrity and walk not by in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. Flee from evil. For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. All this blood that we see shed in these streets among our youth. It continues to tell us, surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gate. In the city she utters her words, saying, how long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity? And these are the words that are heard over the dead bodies of our sons and daughters. It tells us, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning. And fools hate knowledge. Every time we see our youth laying in the street dead, these words testify against them. It reads, turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. Note what it takes. I will make known my words into you once that spirit has been put on you. Because I have called, and ye refused. You went out there and robbed the brother anyway. You went out there and killed your daughter anyway. You went out there and killed your son anyway. You went out there and killed your brother, your sister, your mother. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regards. Because today they believe that they are less than a man or a woman if they regard it. Today they believe that they're not to be tender and delicate, but they got to be hard toward their loved ones, hard toward themselves to be a man or a woman in these streets. The 24th verse reads again, because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regard. Because they don't want to be made a prey. But ye have sought at not all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity, the calamities that I spoke about this morning, all the blood shed in the streets from our youth. I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and don't nobody know our fear more than yourself. And your destruction comes as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come upon you. Then, and note, distress and anguish. One of the biggest killers of the black man today is stress. And many times, this stress and this anguish come by way of mental. Thus, they tell us that we are mentally afflicted, that mental illness is among us in a great amount, that all of us are mentally ill. It continued to tell us in the 28th verse, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. Many times we find ourselves praying for our youth to hear that our youth just have been slain. It says, then they shall call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. What do they find? They find death, distress, anger. For that they hated knowledge. We just read what it took. But fools despise instruction. They hate knowledge. Thus it tells us, again in the 29th verse, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose. Please take note. What denotes wisdom? What denotes knowledge? What denotes understanding? It says, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. If you represent Yahweh counsel, one of the first things that will come out of your mouth as counselors is fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Prove me wrong, for it tells us right in our face. Again in the 29th and 30th verse, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel if they ain't choosing the fear of Yahweh. If the fear of Yahweh is not the first things that's coming out of their mouth, the Almighty used Solomon, the wisest man that he has created, to tell his people and anybody else that read these words of wisdom that the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my Therefore shall they eat the fruit of their own way, and be filled with violence. It reads, and be filled with their own devices. And your own devices is nothing but violence. It is nothing but evil. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them. And we see our babies being slayed each and every day. And the prosperity of fools, thinking that this is the way to kill your brother and sister for the little bit that they have, to be able to walk around with a chain of gold on your neck and drive the latest car and wear these sackcloths is what I call them. All these name brands ain't nothing but sackcloth. The enemy wardrobe. The enemy rough clothing used to deceive. Because a lot of times you think that the man is well dressed. They think that he's also well mannered. But that's not so. He just look good. And many of our youth just want to look good, even if it's just for one day. They will rob you. They will kill you just to look good. Thus it tells us in the 32nd verse, for the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools, the little money you think they got that you don't have. Well, looking at that, desiring those things, it allows us to know that they shall destroy you. The 32nd verse, or the 33rd verse, but whoso hearken into me will escape that. It reads, but whoso hearken into me shall dwell safely and shall be quiet from fear of evil. It also tells us in the book of warning, if we take a look at the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, and let's read the first 7 verses. Proverbs 3, 1 through 7, and it reads, my son, forget not my law, but let thy heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Well, we know that our sons and daughters are not under the commandments, for we truly see that their length of days are truly shortened. Our children are dying out here at 11, 14, 18, 21, if they're lucky. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. And many times, that's why we find our youth slain in the street. For mercy and truth have truly forsaken them, because they have not taken heed, because they don't deserve to be a recipient of mercy and truth. They refuse to hearken to the instructions of their father and their mother. It tells us Again, in the 3rd verse, let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding. That's a fool. That's what destroyed the earth in the first place. The 6th verse reads, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy paths. The 7th verse, be not wise in thy own eyes. The first thing should come out of your mouth. If you represent the counsel of Yahweh, it reads, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It also tells us in the 6th chapter of Proverbs, if we turn there, please. Let's continue to warn the people. Maybe they will tremble this day, having such a contrite spirit. Maybe they will tremble today because of these words that they are hearing. Thus it tells us in the 6th chapter of Proverbs. Let's pick up at the 16th verse, and let's read to the 19th verse, for it reads, these 6 things does Yahweh hate. Yea, 7 are in an abomination unto him. And what are they? A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, murderers. He hates murderers. And we're going to find out why he hates murderers so much. The 18th verse reads, and heart that devise wicked imaginations. And we know he hates that because he destroyed the earth in the first place because man's imagination was only evil. And it denoted wickedness. Thus we just read in the 18th verse of the 6th chapter of Proverbs, and heart that devise wicked imaginations. The scripture tells us also in this book of wisdom, the thought of foolishness. What do the thought denote? Does it not denote one's imagination? The thought of foolishness is sin. Just the thought. Thus, we will find when we get there that the Almighty destroyed the earth in the first place because of man's thought. And feet that be swift in running to mischief. The 19th verse, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. It also tells us in this great book of wisdom, if we turn our scriptures to the 28th chapter, the 28th chapter of Proverbs, and it reads in the 28th chapter, if we start at the very first verse, these great words. The wicked fleeth when no man pursues, but the righteous are bold as a lion. For the transgression of a land, many are the princes thereof. But by a man of understanding and knowledge, the state thereof shall be prolonged. A poor man that oppressed the poor. We oppressing each other. A poor man that oppressed the poor is like a sweeping rain. And we know what these sweeping rains denote. You don't see the floods in these cities. Many of you that live in Texas and Houston, Texas, and many other places that have been recipients of these floods seasonally, we know what this flood denotes. And we know many times when Yahweh bring it about, there is no food. Thus it tells us in this third verse again, a poor man that oppressed the poor is like a sweeping rain which leaves no food. They that forsake the law praise the wicked, but such as keep the law contends with them. Evil men understand not judgment. And we got a lot of people teaching that we're under the law. And the only reason they teach that because they do not understand the judgment of their Elohim. Thus it reads, evil men understand not judgment, but they that seek Yahweh understand all things. Better is the poor that walk in his uprightness, in his integrity, than he that is perverse in his ways, though he be rich. So what? Whoso keep the law is a wise son, but he that is a companion of rowdiest men shame his father. He that by usury and unjust gain increase his substance, he shall gather it for him that will pity the poor. Give it to me. I'll show you what you can do with it. Because there's many people right in your own family that you can help. But instead, we fast and we act as a show. And we rather give it to a stranger that's standing on a corner or that's standing in the middle of a expressway or something. We rather slam on our brakes and act like we're doing something for a stranger when you got nephews and nieces, grandchildren, and all that need your help. It tells us, Israel, again in the 8th verse, he that by usury and unjust gain increases substance, he shall gather it for him that will pity the poor. He that turn away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be an abomination. Whoso caused the righteous to go astray in an evil way, he shall fall himself into his own pit. But the upright shall have good things in possession. The rich man is wise in his own conceit, but the poor that have understanding search him out. When righteous men do rejoice, there is great glory. But when the wicked arise, a man is hidden. He that cover his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confess and forsake them, as our brother read in Psalms 32, as our brother Yamin Israel just read for us all, in Psalms 32 it tells us in the 13th verse, he that cover his sin shall not prosper, but whoso confess and forsake, flee from evil, flee from them, shall have mercy. Happy, not sad, but happy is the man that fears always. But he that hardens his heart shall fall into mischief. As a roaring lion and a raging bear, so is a wicked ruler over the poor people. And that's what you will be voting for, you that participate in the politics of the heathen. You are either voting for a lion, a roaring lion, or a raging bear. Pick your choice. Both of them is going to kill you. The prince that want understanding is also a great oppressor. Same way with these teachers. They want understanding. If you want understanding, that means you ain't got it. So when you are a prince or a king or a judge wanting understanding and don't have it, you will become a great oppressor against the poor. But he that hate covetousness shall prolong his days. A man that does violence to the blood of any person, and we know the Almighty hate a murderer. A man that does violence to the blood of any person shall flee to the pit. Let no man stay him. Whoso walk uprightly shall be saved, but he that is perverse in his ways shall fall at once. He that tilleth his land shall have plenty of bread, but he that follow after vain persons shall have poverty enough. A faithful man shall abound with blessings, but he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. To have respect of person is not wisdom. It reads, to have respect of person is not good. To put your brother over these words is not good. You are respecting a person over Yahweh words, and it is not good. For a piece of bread, that man will transgress. And that's what our children are doing. for a piece of bread. The scripture says that the babies was going to come to their mothers and fathers and ask for bread. And their mothers and fathers ain't going to have it. So you're going to find your children in the street getting bread. The 22nd verse. He that hates to be rich have an evil eye, especially when you're being rich off the poor and afflicted, off your own brother and sister. And consider not that poverty shall come upon him. He that rebuke a man afterwards shall find more favor than he that flatters with his tongue. Open rebuke is better than secret love. The 24th verse reads, whoso rob his father or his mother, and we see this every day, because the curse is upon the earth. Thus, the father is against the son, and his son is against the father. It continues to tell us, whoso rob his father or his mother and say it is no transgression, the same is a companion is the companion of a destroyer. He that is of a proud heart stirs up strife. But he that putteth his trust in Yahweh, as we read in Proverbs 3 and 7, shall be made set. He that trusts in his own heart is a fool, but whoso walk wisely, he shall be delivered. He that give into the poor shall not lack. You might not have everything you want, but I guarantee you got everything you need. But he that hide his eye shall have many a curse. You're going to find yourself lacking many times. When the wicked rise, men hide themselves. And all we can do is pray for the peace of the city. But when they perish, the righteous increase. And the last place I will use in the book of Psalms is the 31st chapter. We will use some more advice found in the book of Proverbs, should I have said. And let's go to the 31st chapter of Proverbs. And let's read the first 9 verses that we find in Proverbs 31 for more advice, for more warnings. And then we'll speak one more time in a book of wisdom, which is called the book of Ecclesiastes. But right now, we all should find ourselves in Proverbs, the 31st chapter, the first 9 verses. More advice for the young, for the youth, for us all. And it reads, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecies that his mother taught him. And we just read in the first song, it told us by way of warning, my son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they, the instruction and the law that come from your mother and your father, for they shall be an ornament of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. Not a cross. Thus it tells us again in the second verse of the 31st chapter of Proverbs. What, my son, and what the son of my womb, and what the son of my vows. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroy kings. And it's allowing us to know by this great advice, when you're not right, women and wine and strong drink will tear you down. Thus it tells us, again in the third verse, give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroy kings. It is not for kings, O Lemuel. It is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink, lest they drink and forget the law. The same thing is said about the priests in Leviticus, the 10th chapter, the 10th and 11th verse. Lest they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine into those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink. Note, let him drink and forget what? His poverty. And remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. And the Almighty allowing us to know that it's going to be hard for you to open your mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy if you allow women, wine, or strong drink to be in the way, because they will allow you to pervert the true judgment of your Creator. Let us also turn our scriptures, and this will be the last words of wisdom that we will use to warn the people to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter. Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter. And what we find in Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter, is these great words. The 9th chapter. And it tells us in the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes, if we start at the very first verse, I would like to read the first 6 verses of Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter. Then I will read the 11th to the 12th. Ecclesiastes 9:1. It reads, "For all this that we have read thus far, I consider in my heart, even to declare all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of Elohim. No man knows either love or hatred by all that is before them. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean, and to the unclean, to him that sacrifices, and to him that sacrifice not. As is the good, so is the sinner. And he that swears as he that fears an oath. This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun. And there is one event into all, yea, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their hearts. You got to be mad to drown your baby right in front of your face, to put your baby in a microwave. You got to be mad. It reads, while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward. For the memory of them is forgotten. Today, when our children are slain in the street, many times they can't be buried because we don't have no money, so we wind up burning them up in the fire by way of cremation. And the memory of them is done by wherever he got shot down, or wherever the young lady was strangled to death, or wherever that spot is. They might leave some flowers or a few signs to remember them. Or some places, depending on your city, they might have a gym shoes tied on the phone post, on the cords of the phone posts out on your street. Those things are done to memorize a certain brother or sister. But here it tells us, for the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything. The 5th verse of the 9th chapter. Neither have they any more a reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. Also, their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Note what they was possessing. neither have they any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. It also tells us, if we pick up at the 11th and 12th verse, I returned and saw under the sun that the race, please take note, is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. But time, please take note, as our children are caught up in the streets, are caught up in these nets, it says, but time and chance happen to you all. It's just a matter of time. For man also know not his time, as the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare, so are your children, it reads, so are the sons of men, snared in an evil time, when it falleth suddenly upon them. The 13th verse reads, this wisdom have I seen also under the sun, and it seemed great unto me. There was a little city, and few men within it, and there came a great king against it. And another king is about to be elected, and it's going to come against it. It reads, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that rules among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war. But please take note, but one sinner, one person that refused to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, one person that refused to do well destroys much good. So let us please take heed of the warning, and let's get straight into this great presentation, a new heaven and a new earth. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Genesis, the first chapter. Genesis, the first chapter. By the law and by the testimony will we bring forth this great light that will shine on a new heaven and a new earth. Genesis, the first chapter. And we find in the beginning, in the genesis of the matter, in the very first verse to the 5th verse, it reads, and we need to take heed to every word. That way we will clearly see the light of why the Almighty has prophesied a new heaven and a new earth. Thus it tells us in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, in the Genesis, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Not the face of the earth, but the face of the deep. And the Spirit, please take note. I'm going to be questioning you. I need you to take down, because you're not going to get away today. I'm going to question you if you don't have no comments or no questions. So please take note. Take your notes down. Because your answer to the questions that I ask is going to be found in your notes. It tells us again in the 2nd verse, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. The first creation. The first thing that Yahweh created and brought forth is light. By the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because they don't understand what Yahweh created first, which is light. And there was light. The 4th verse, and Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, like the Sabbath day. And the darkness he called night. Like a night that you was never to forget, as it reads in Exodus 12, about the night that Yahweh brought Israel out. Note the distinction, day and night. The 5th verse reads, and Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning was the first day. And Elohim, that's all far as I want to go. Now let's drop down to the 21st verse. The 21st verse of the 1st chapter of Genesis says this, and Elohim created great whales and every living creature that moved, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning was the 5th day. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after his kind, and it was so. And Elohim made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And Yahweh saw that it was good. And Yahweh said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creep upon the earth. Note, the 27th verse says, so Yahweh created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Note, the singular. Yahweh created man in his singular own image. In the image of Elohim, singular, created he, singular, him. Male and female created he, singular, them, plural. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creep upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And Yahweh saw, please take note, and Yahweh saw everything that he had made. And behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning was the sixth day. So we see that Yahweh created every good thing. And he created those good things as man or female and male. And he told man that all that he had made was good. So everything was made perfectly. Very good. Thus, if we turn to the 4th chapter of Genesis, it tells us in the 3rd verse of the 4th chapter of Genesis. And let's read to the 12th verse. The 4th chapter of Genesis, let's pick up at the 3rd verse, and let's read to the 12th verse. And it reads, giving us an understanding of how the Almighty would pronounce and allow the world to know about a new heaven and a new earth. What would it take to bring forth a new heaven and a new earth if the new heaven and the new earth was perfect, if it was good, if it was made very good? Why would Yahweh have to prophesy that a new heaven and a new earth? Thus it reads in Genesis 4:3, and in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground in offering into Yahweh. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shall thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin, one sinner destroys much good. It reads, sin lieth at the door, and to thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And these things are still perpetrated in the earth. This is the first case of black on black crime. This is the first case that brothers killing brothers. This is the first case of civil rivalry. And these cases goes on today. Note why Cain killed Abel. He killed his brother because he want to be first. He want to be right. He killed his brother for the jealousy that he had against his brother, because Yahweh chose him, because Yahweh opened up his eyes. And we see that rivalry today in our time, and we can show many times in our fathers' days that the prophet, the man that actually had the word of Yahweh word in their mouth, was always threatened. And many of them was killed, slain, just like Abel. Thus it reads again in the 8th verse, and Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, murdered him, and slew him, because he was accepted. And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel, thy brother? Note the response. And Abel said, I know not. Well, one of the things that we read that Yahweh hate is a liar. The man just lied. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer of that is you are. because Yahweh have a special relationship between him and the man that he have created in his image. And you just destroyed one of them. It reads in the 10th verse, and he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth into me from the ground. Don't y'all hear it? You don't hear your brother and sister blood crying every time we hear about one of our youth being slain in the streets? You can't hear it? The 11th verse reads, and now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive who? Thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. Your punishment, a fugitive and a vagabond, shall thou be in the earth. It also tells us, and it allows us to know that we were to do well. And if you did well, you will be accepted. But in this instruction, we found that well was not done. We found that we will take the life of our brothers and sisters just to hope that we are accepted. And the Almighty allows us to know that is a bad way, and that you only sin when you do such a thing, because you actually have killed a man that Yahweh has made in his image. It also tells us, if we take a look in the 9th, well, let's go to the 6th chapter of Genesis. The 6th chapter of Genesis. And the answer to the question, before we go to the 6th chapter of Genesis, the answer to the 9th verse of the 4th chapter, am I my brother's keeper? The answer is yes. And we have a great testimony to show what it means to be a keeper to your brother. And you can find that in Exodus, the 2nd chapter. Read the 11th to the 15th verse. A very great testimony to show how one is a brother's keeper. Right now, we all should be at the 6th chapter of Genesis. And let's start at the very first verse. And don't forget what you read, King Lemuel's mother, the advice. Don't forget the advice that King Lemuel's mother gave him. And it dealt with women, and it dealt with drinking wine and strong drink. Thus it tells us in Genesis 6:1, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born into them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, that they were fair, and they took them wives, not girlfriends, but they took them wives of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with men, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. Note the 5th verse. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually, as it is this day. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with Elohim. This is allowing us to know that when we read the law and it tells us, follow not a multitude to do evil, it allows us to know it is good to stand alone. It is wise, as we read in Proverbs 1, not to follow nor be seduced by man to do evil. Excuse me 1 second, please. Shalom, Israel. Shalom, Israel. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, you calling from the WhatsApp? Okay, so you can hear me? I'm gonna just leave you there. I'm gonna leave you on, and you just follow along. All right, that's great. Sorry about that, Israel. I think we left off at the 9th verse. And I was saying that it is good to stand alone and not to follow the ways of the wicked. In the law, it told the Israelites to follow not the multitude to do evil. We read in the book of wisdom, the book of Ecclesiastes, that one sinner destroys much good. Well, just think what one that does not sin, what he will be rewarded with, and what Yahweh see about that individual. And we will find those words out real soon when we get back in the book of Ecclesiastes. But it tells us here in the 9th verse, these are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with Elohim. He was about the manner of Elohim. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth was also corrupt before Elohim because of man's imagination was only evil. And the earth was filled with violence, as it is this day. And Yahweh looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, as it is this day. For all flesh have corrupt his way upon the earth. Have not all flesh corrupt their way upon his earth? Can y'all show me the flesh that is walking in the statutes of life? Can you show me the flesh that sits under his leaf, under his tree, on or in or beyond the mountain of Yahweh? No, you cannot. Thus, all flesh has corrupted their way. Every man. Yahweh is not just talking about Israel. We ain't even got to Israel yet. He's talking to man, his creation. There is only one Elohim. There is only one Yahweh, and he created all men. Everything that breathes in this earth, one creator created it. So he's talking to his creation, which was man and beast, which had breath in them. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse again, and Yahweh looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh have corrupt his way upon the earth. And Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me. For the earth is filled with violence. Don't you see it? Ain't you tired of crying? Ain't you tired of worrying? The 13th verse reads, and Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to the 9th chapter of Genesis. And please take note of what you read. The 9th chapter of Genesis. And let's read, because we just found out why Yahweh said he was going to destroy the earth in the first place. Because of all the violence, because of all the evil, because of all the corruption, and because of man's imagination was only evil. So the Almighty mean what he say, and he say what he mean. If you read the 8th chapter in its entirety, and the 7th chapter in its entirety, you will see that Yahweh did what he said. He destroyed the earth, but he saved some that feared him. and that was Noah, Noah's sons, Noah's wife, and Noah's sons' 3 wives, and the animals that Yahweh chose. And then we find the 9th division of Genesis. And it reads, starting at the very first verse. And please take this note. And Elohim blessed Noah, because I'm going to ask you at the end of this presentation. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. The same terminology that was said in the beginning. It tells us in the 2nd verse, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast. And when I said in the beginning, that was Genesis 1, verse 28, when he told them to replenish the earth. Again, it says in the 2nd verse, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea, into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. And that is said in the beginning. Genesis 1:29. It continued to tell us in the 4th verse, but flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. The 5th verse reads, and surely your blood of your life will I require. And we see the blood shed of our lives every day, especially of our babies. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. As you just seen in Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 7th to the 12th verse, dealing with Cain and Abel. Were they not brothers? The 6th verse reads, and please take note, whoso shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Why? Why is it so drastic that if a man murder another man, that his blood should be shed? It reads, for in the image of Elohim, and I told y'all, take note, because it was said in the 1st chapter of Genesis, the 27th verse, whoso shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Why? What is the significance? Physical or spiritual? It reads, for in the image of Elohim made he man. So the Almighty take it personal when you murder your brother, because your brother is made in the image of your Creator. Thus it reads one more time in the 6th verse, whoso shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein. And Yahweh speak unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you. And note, this is talking about man. This is talking about Adam. This is talking about the human race. And it will allow you, if you keep it up, it will allow you to know why all the nations on the earth will be judged. Even outside of the Israelites, the chosen nation being judged, this allows us to know why all the other nations will be judged and why all the other nations need to be saved. Again, in the 9th chapter, the 9th verse, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you. His seed is what replenished the earth. His seed is what brought forth all the other nations that we hear and see and hear of today. His seed brought forth that in this replenishing. So it's talking about all man. And we know the history of man, especially the white man. And it only denotes violence and death. So they will be judged for it, just like we was judged, like the Israelites was judged when they committed such heinous crimes and violence. It reads in the 10th verse, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. That covenant is broken. The covenant dealing with shedding of blood, it says, and I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off anymore by the water of a flood. It don't say that they will not be judged anymore. It don't say that Yahweh will not destroy them. It tells us, and the covenant denotes that the Almighty will not destroy the earth anymore by a flood for men's sin. Thus it reads, again in the 11th verse, and I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off anymore by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there anymore be a flood to destroy the earth. Please take note of the covenant. And Yahweh said, this is the token of the covenant, which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. So that means that denote all the animals that we find on this earth, and it denote all the humans that we find on this earth. None of them are excluded. It reads, and Yahweh said, this is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token, a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Yahweh said unto Noah, this is the sign, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. So we see that the Almighty destroyed the new heaven, and he destroyed the new earth by bringing forth floods of rain, 40 days and 40 nights of rain, constant rain. And it's really beyond human comprehension. But many of you that live in these states that are flat like Texas and all that, you have a great idea of what 4 days of rain can do. Can you imagine 40 days of it? 40 nights of it? You going through hell with just 2 and 3 days of straight rain. Can you imagine 40 days and 40 nights of straight rain, where it will leave no food? Thus, in saying that and establishing the words that Yahweh made with those that were left, which was Noah and his 3 sons, let us turn our scriptures. Let's jump up in history to Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. Because after those things were done, from the 9th chapter of Genesis all the way up to the 12th chapter of Genesis, a seed of Seth, or should I have said, a seed of Shem was accepted. And this seed and this house was the house of Tyre. And the son of Tyre was Abram. And the Almighty chose Abram. The Almighty put the Spirit upon Abram. Abram begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob's name was changed into Israel. Thus, we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, to these chosen people out of all the nations in the world, if we pick up at the 19th verse, I'll start at the 18th verse. And it reads, Deuteronomy 29 and 18, We will read to the 29th verse. Lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim to go and serve the deities of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that bear gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he hear the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, that ain't going to happen to me. I'm free. I shall have peace. Though I walk, note what he walking in. The same thing that destroyed the earth in the first place. Though I walked in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. And Yahweh shall separate him into evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. So that the generation to come of your children, there shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sicknesses which Yahweh have laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone, and salt, and burning, that it is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass groweth therein. Like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Amor and Zebon, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations, please take note, shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? What mean the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them, when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods, and worshiped them, God whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger, in wrath, in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong unto Yahweh, our Elohim. But those things, these things which are revealed, belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. It also tells us in the 30th chapter, if we read the 15th verse, and it reads, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. It also tells us in the 19th verse, I have called heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and cursings. Therefore, choose both. It don't read in that wise, but it clearly let us know to choose life, that both thy and thy children, it reads, that thy and thy seed may live, that thou mayest love Yahweh thy Elohim, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave into him, for he is thy life in the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land, in the earth, which Yahweh sware unto thy father, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Yaakov, to give them. It also tells us why we find ourselves in the book of the law of Deuteronomy. Let's take a look at the 32nd chapter. And it tells us in the 32nd chapter, if we pick up at the first verse, to understand the direction that your brother is taking you. And this direction includes all. It includes Genesis all the way to Malachi. It includes the begin to the beginning. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy 32:1, give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, for the heaven and earth truly witnesses against us each and every day. We might act like we forgot. We might act like we didn't hear, but the heaven and earth heard, and it witnesses against man each and every day. Thus it reads, give ear, O heavens, and I will speak. And hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass, because I will publish the name of Yahweh. Ascribe ye greatness unto our Elohim. He is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways are judgment. A Elohim of truth and mercy, and without iniquity, just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus require Yahweh, O foolish people, and unwise? Is not thy father, is not he thy father that hath brought thee? Have he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many. And I just took you there. Many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee thy elders, and they will tell thee if they know, if they fear Yahweh and depart from evil and understand his judgments, they can tell you. The 8th verse reads, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For Yahweh's portion, for Yahweh's chosen is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land and in the waste, howling wilderness. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirred up her nest, feathered over her young, spread abroad her wings, take them, bears them on her wings, so Yahweh alone did leave him. And there was no strange God with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields. And he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter of kine, and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs, and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And I did drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yazaron waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat. Thou art grown thick. Thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook Yahweh, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy. With strange deities, with abominations, provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed into devils, not into Yahweh, to deities whom they knew not, to new deities that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten Yahweh that formed thee. And when Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be. For they are a very forward generation, children in whom is no faith. And we see it every day of our lives. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not Elohim. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger as we are this day, with a spirit of anger and oppression upon us. Thus Yahweh said, I will move them, the 21st verse, the middle of the verse, I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn them, or burn into the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischief upon them. I will spread or spin my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hair. I said, I will scatter them into corners. I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Were it not that I fear the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high, and Yahweh have not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their Elohim or their rock has sold them, and Yahweh has shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and their cruel venom of apes. Is not this laid up and stored with me and sealed up among my treasures? To me belong vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the thing that shall come upon them make haste. For Yahweh shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants when he sees that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am Yahweh. It reads, see now that I, even I, am he. And there is no God with me. I kill, and I make alive. I wound, and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. Thus we are to fear Yahweh and depart from any evil. It also tells us, if we take a look at Psalms 50, let's turn to Psalms 50, please. Continuing to bring us forth toward a new nation, a new heaven, and a new earth. Psalms 50, please. And it tells us in Psalm 50, if we read the first 7 verses, and it reads, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun and to the going down thereof. Note, when Yahweh called, was it at night? Was it at evening? Or was it in the morning? Was it when the day, when the light, the perfect light was shining? It reads again, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, has spoken and called the earth. From when? At night? It says from the rising of the sun and to the going down of the same, it reads, and to the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim has shined, that light. Our Elohim shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very temperate round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people. He's using the earth and the heaven as a witness. So as the 4th verse reads, he shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people.
I'm going to still pay you 45 because you're not cutting the front. What you doing that'll make up for the front.
Somebody please put yourself on mute. Please put yourself on mute. Thank you. It continued to tell us in the 5th verse, gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heaven shall declare his righteousness. For Yahweh is judge himself. Selah. The 7th verse reads, hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Yahweh, even thy Elohim. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 16th verse, for it reads, but into the wicked, Yahweh said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes of life, or that thou should take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. You're leaning on your own imagination. When thou sawest a thief, your brothers and sisters robbing the poor and afflicted, the fatherless and the widow by way of tithes and offerings, then thou consented with him. You start teaching people, helping them solicit tithes and offerings, telling them that you're supposed to be robbed while you find yourself being a servant and afflicted in your enemy's land. The Almighty said you're not innocent because you solicited tithes for them people that you had a respected person for over Yahweh's word. It reads again in the 18th verse of the 50th chapter of Psalms, when thou sawest a thief stealing, is stealing. A thief steals, then thy consented, where your father and your mother asked you not to do such an evil thing. We just read it in Proverbs 1. With him. It has been partakers with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue framed deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thy slanders thy brother. And I remember years ago, there was a rumor, probably before my time, but I remember the rumor as a young child, and many of you probably remember this same rumor. The rumor was, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Was that just a rumor? Was that just a feeble or fairy tale? Well, today, it was none other than a fairy tale. Because our children are dying in the streets every day because of words. Because of colors. Because of the way you act. And because of where you're going. Words have put our children in these graves. So, yes, that was truly just a rumor. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will kill you. It continued to tell us in the 20th verse, thy sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thy slanders and slain thy own mother's son, your brother. These things hast thou done, and I kept silent. That's why I keep going on. Because for some reason, you believe that you are delivered to do so. It reads, these things hast thou done. And I kept silent. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself. When you was robbing the people, when you was killing your brother and your sister. But I will reprove thee and set them in order before thy eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, fear Yahweh, and depart from evil, Israel. Least I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offer praise, the real praise, glorified me. And to him that order his conversation aright will I show the salvation of Elohim. And at this time, because I know I did not say it, I will say it now. Please, Yahweh, allow the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Let us please turn our scriptures back to the book of wisdom, back to the book of Ecclesiastes, and let's take a look at the 8th chapter. Let's see what Yahweh truly meant when he told the world in the 17th in Psalms 50, verse 17 and 18. When it says, seeing thy hate instruction, and cast my word behind thee, when thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him, and hast been partakers with adultery. Thou gavest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue feigned deceit. Because you thought that I was all as one as thyself. Well, let's turn to the scriptures of Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, and let's see how can a man have that type of thought. How could a man be convinced that the Almighty is cool with the evil that you perpetrate upon this earth? Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, please. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, if we pick up at the 11th verse. And let's read to the 13th verse. For it reads, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Because when you collecting tithes and offerings, and you've been able to buy a car, a house, your wife a bag, some shoes, you feel like Yahweh with you. For some reason, you are finding iniquity in Yahweh where you believe that Yahweh is with you. When you kill your brother and sister in this street, and they let you right back out of jail, you feel privileged to kill again and again. Well, how could that be among the sons of man? It reads, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. You are not punished speedily. Therefore, the reason why the heart of our sons, it reads, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do right? No, to do evil. That's why you would keep collecting tithes. That's why you would keep taking these people inheritance that they should be leaving to their grandchildren, they give it to you because you done stared them. You done psyched them up that they doing a good thing for Yahweh by leaving their possessions with you instead of their grandchildren and their children who they going to leave behind. I done seen it with my own eyes. And the Almighty said, man, do so because they are fully set in them to do evil. And then it tells us, though a sinner do evil 100 times, you know who I'm talking about. You know your leaders. You know your teachers, your preachers. You know who you have given your hard-earned money to. But the Almighty says, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, he think he delivered. He's speaking as we just read in Psalms 50. But the Almighty said, yet surely I know that it shall be well, not with the wicked, not with those that's robbing the poor and afflicted, the widow and the fatherless, but the Almighty let us know by way of wisdom, yet surely I know that it shall be well with you that fear Yahweh, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked. You will not get away from stealing from your brothers and sisters, nor lying to them. For Yahweh hate a liar. It says again in the 13th verse, and that will be the last verse I will read in this chapter, but it shall not be well. The Almighty said, if thou doest well, you shall be accepted. Right here it's telling you you will not be accepted. For it reads, but it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow. Why not? Because he feared not before Yahweh. It also allows us to know and understand why it is so important that sentence must be executed speedily against an evil work. If we take a look in the book of Psalms, and let's look at chapter 10, Psalms chapter 10. And let's take a look at the 6th verse. Psalms chapter 10, verse 6. And it reads, working our way to this new heaven and this new earth, and we should see why we need a new heaven and a new earth. And we should understand how this will come to pass. For it tells us in Psalms chapter 10, verse 6, he has said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity, because his sins are not being punished speedily. So he feels content. The 7th verse reads, his mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity. He sitteth in the lying place of the villages. In the secret place does he murder the innocent. His eyes are privately set against the poor. He lay in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor and the afflicted. He does catch the poor when he draw him into his net. And most times it's called these houses of worship. It says, he crouched and humbles himself that the poor may fall by his strong ones. He has said in his heart, Yahweh hath forgiven. He hide his face, he will not never see. Arise, Yahweh, O Elohim, lift up thy hand, forget not the humble, the afflicted. Wherefore does the wicked contend, Elohim? He has said in his heart, Thy will not require it. He ain't going to punish me. Thou hast seen it, for thy behold mischief, and spite, to requite it with thy hand. The poor commit himself unto thee. Thy art the helper of the fatherless. That's all we can appeal to is Yahweh. Because our brother is twisting the words. Our brother is tearing up and down there right. So the only one we can appeal to is Yahweh. For he will set the crooked things straight. And it is truly crooked to oppress and afflict and rob the poor, the fatherless, the widow, and murdering the innocent. It tells us in the 15th verse, break thou the arm of the wicked and the evil man. Seek out his wickedness till thou find none. Yahweh is king forever and ever. The heathen are perished out of his land. Yahweh, thou hast heard the desire of the wicked, the humble. Thou will prepare their heart. Thou will cause thy ear to hear, to judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the earth may no more oppress, no more afflict, no more terrify. It also tells us one more place I would love to go to denote, to execute sin speedily, and that's why men are fully set to do evil. Let's go one more place, and that place is found in Isaiah 26th chapter. Isaiah, the 26th chapter, please. Isaiah, the 26th chapter, and let's pick up at the 10th verse, please. Isaiah, the 26th chapter, verse 10. And it reads to the 18th verse. Let favor be shown to the wicked. Yet will he not learn righteousness in the land of uprightness, because he ain't punished. You got to beat it out of him. Thus it reads again in the 10th verse, let favor be shown to the wicked. Yet will he not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly, and will not behold the majesty of Yahweh. He will not fear Yahweh, nor depart from evil. Yahweh, when thy hand is lifted up, they will not see, but they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people. Yea, the fire of thy enemies shall devour them. Yahweh, thy will ordain peace for us. For thy also have wrought all our works in us. Yahweh our Elohim, other masters besides thee have had dominion over us. But by thee only will we make mention of thy name. They are dead, they shall not live. They are deceased, they shall not rise. Therefore has thy visit and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish. Thou hast increased the nation, O Yahweh, thou hast increased the nation. Thy art glorified. Thou hast removed it far into all the ends of the earth. Yahweh, in trouble have they visit thee. They pull out a prayer when thy chastising was upon them. Like as a woman with child that draw near the time of her delivery is in pain and crieth out in her pains, so have we been in thy sight, Yahweh. The last verse that I will read. We have been with child. We have been in pain. We have as it were brought forth wind. We have not wrought any deliverance in the earth, neither have the inhabitants of the world fallen. Let us turn our scripture while we find ourselves in Isaiah. Let's go to the 3rd chapter, Isaiah 3. And it tells us in Isaiah 3, the 10th to the 15th verse. And it reads, I'll start at the 1st verse because it speaks a lot in here, and it allows us to know one of the reasons why a new heaven and a new earth is needed. Thus it tells us in the 1st verse of the 3rd chapter of Isaiah, for behold, the Master, Yahweh of hosts, does take away from Jerusalem and from Yehudah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water, the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet and the prudent and the ancient, the captains of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator, and I will give children. So he done took the wise away because they became fools, and he set children, it reads, and I will give children to be their princes, and babies, the same babies you see in this street, killing each other every day, the same babies that got your grown butt scared and fearing for your own life, it reads, and I will give children to be their princes, and babies shall rule over you. And the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, against his mama and his daddy. And the base, the lowest, against the honorable. When a man should take hold of his brother, of the house of his father, saying, Thy has clothing, be thy our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand. Many times we say, no, I ain't going to do that, but we'll hurry up and act like we're given to a stranger. It continued to tell us, when a man shall take hold of his brother, of the house of his father, saying, Thy hast clothing, be thy our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand. And that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be an healer, a binder up, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people. For Jerusalem is ruined, and Yehuda is fallen. Because their tongue and what their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eyes of his glory. The show of their countenance does witness against them each and every day. All you got to do is look at our people, look at our children. And I'm not just pointing at the children. I'm pointing at the father and the mother. It says, and they, the 9th verse again, the show of their countenance does witness against them. And they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe down into their souls, for they have rewarded evil into themselves. But all is not lost. Thus the 10th verse reads, Say ye to the righteous, that it shall be well with him, accept it, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Please continue to tell yourself and the world, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And don't just tell them, do it. Fear him and depart from evil, because your Creator is allowing you to know, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Damned into the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err. And look how many people done led us. Look how many times we have erred. Look at all these teachings of religion that we must regurgitate because we have been taught wrong. We have been taught by the babies. We have been taught by the women. We have been taught wrong as a people. What we and how we have been taught only denotes oppression. Thus it reads again in the 12th verse, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy path. We are regurgitating every day, trying to get back on the path that is written in this book. That our brothers, and many of them are children, have taken us off. Yahweh, stand up to plead and stand to judge the people. Yahweh will enter into judgment with the ancient of his people and the princes thereof. For ye have eaten up the vineyards, and spoil of the poor is in your house. What means ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, said the Master Elohim of hosts. Well, we're going to find out. For it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, where we are at, and let's take a quick look at the 66th division of Isaiah. The 66th division of Isaiah. And let's read the first 5 verses. Isaiah 66, verse 1 to 5. And it reads, Thus said Yahweh, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye built unto me? And where is the place of my rest? For all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, said Yahweh. But to this man, even though you can't show me the place of rest today, even though you can't show me the house that Solomon built, the Almighty said, for all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, said Yahweh. But he ain't going to look into those things. He's not looking toward the house that you built. He's not looking toward the place of his rest. Instead, he said, but to this man will I look. So you that say you're keeping the Sabbath, he ain't looking toward that. For you that say you're in your sanctuary worshiping him, he ain't looking toward that. What the Almighty tells us that he's looking toward before he judged the nations, it reads, but to this man will I look, even to them that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and tremble at my word. That means fear my words. These are the characters. It reads in the 3rd verse, he that killed an ox is as if he slew a man. Murder. He that sacrificed a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck. He that offer an oblation as if he offers swine blood. He that burns incense as if he blessed an idol. Yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delights in their abominations. I also, please take note, will choose their delusions and will bring their fears, as we read in Proverbs 1, upon them. Why? Because when I speak, it says, because when I called, none did answer. He's calling now, and we're going to see how many people answer. When I speak, they did not hear. He's speaking now. These are his words. We're going to see how many hear. But they did evil before my eyes. The Almighty got the heaven and earth witnessing. And choose that in which I delighted not. I delight that you fear me and depart from all manner of evil. And if you do, I bet you won't be found killing your brother and sister. If you do, I bet you won't be found afflicting the poor and the fathers and the widow. I bet you won't. I bet you will be accepted. Try it. You done tried everything else, and you have failed, and failed. Try what Yahweh desires, and see how well it be for you and your household. And choose that which I delighted not. The 5th verse. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his word. Don't let your brother entice you to stop fearing him. Don't let your brother entice you to not depart from evil. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hate you, if he tell you don't fear Yahweh, he hates you. If he tell you, brother, don't worry about departing from evil. We got evil all around us. He hates you. It reads, Israel, your brethren that hate you, that cast you out for my name's sake, and many of us have been ostracized and carried assassinated out of these congregations, out of these sanctuaries, out of these classes and churches. What Almighty said, rest assured, young man, young lady, it says that cast you out for my name's sake. Said, let Yahweh be glorified. And ain't that what they're saying today? Let Yahweh be magnified. It says, but he, Yahweh, alone shall appear into your joy. Who is you? Who is your? Those that have that is poor and of a contrite spirit. Those that chooses to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The Almighty said, but he shall appear to your joy, and they, your brothers, that have oppressed you, that have lied to you, that have robbed you, that have mistreated you, that have hated you, they shall be ashamed. Thus, let's take a look at Ezekiel, the 13th chapter, and let's see some of the things that they shall truly be ashamed of. Ezekiel, the 13th chapter, because all it's doing is bringing us to this new day. Ezekiel, the 13th chapter, and when this new day comes, we will never deal with these people again. Nor that spirit on the earth. Ezekiel, the 13th chapter, and let's just take a quick look at the 22nd and 23rd verse. And it reads, because with lies, this denotes the people that were going to be ashamed. But the Almighty going to appear to your joy because you refuse to accept the lie. You instead prefer to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus, the 22nd verse of Ezekiel, the 13th chapter reads, because with lies you have made the heart of the righteous sad. Those that fear Yahweh and that depart from evil, you done lied to them. Now you got our hearts sad because you're telling us that we're supposed to be doing these other things that denote nothing but burden. It reads, because with lies you have made the heart of the righteous sad, whom I have not made sad, and strengthened the hands of the wicked, that he should not return. They're not going to return and fear Yahweh and depart from evil because you done lied to them and told them, no, don't worry about what the brother is preaching. Just come here every day, every Saturday, come with your tithe and listen to the same damn thing over and over, how to fight the Christian. That's a lie. All your concern is about the Christian. And why? Because that's where you came from. Because with lies you have made the heart of the righteous sad, whom I have not made sad, and strengthened the hands of the wicked, that he should not return from his wicked way, by promising him life. Is that not what you hear in your classes? Or is your brother just making up things? Therefore, the reason why you shall see no more vanity, nor divine divinations. For I, Yahweh, will deliver my people out of your hand, and you shall know that I am Yahweh. Let us turn our scripture back to the book of Isaiah, the 24th chapter. Isaiah, the 24th chapter. And what do we find here? We find Yahweh's judgment upon the whole earth. Thus it reads in Isaiah, the 24th chapter, the very first verse. Behold, Yahweh makes the earth empty, and make it waste, and turn it upside down, and scatter abroad the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priest. As with the servant, so with his master. As with the maid, so with her mistress. As with the buyer, so with the seller. As with the lender, so with the borrower. As with the taker of usury, so with the giver of usury to him. The land shall be utterly empty and utterly spoiled, for Yahweh has spoken this word. And he has also spoken what will happen after this, a new heaven and a new earth. The earth mourns and fade away. The world languish and fade away. The haughty people, the height of the people. It reads, of the earth do languish. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinances, broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore hath the curse devoured the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. The reason why, it says, therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burnt, and few men left. The new wine mourns, the wine languish, all the merry-hearted do sigh. The merit of tabrets cease. The noise of them that rejoice endeth. The joy of the heart cease. They shall not drink wine with a song. Strong drink shall be bitter to them that drink it. The city of confusion is broken down. Every house is shut up, that no man may come in. There is a crying for wine in the streets, because they find themselves in misery and poverty, as we read in Proverbs 31, 1-7. There is a crying for wine in the street. All joy is darkened, and merit of the land is gone. And the city is left desolation, and the gate is smitten with destruction. When thus it shall be in the midst of the land among the people, there shall be as the shaking of an olive tree, and as the gleaming grapes when the vintage is done. They shall lift up their voice, they shall sing for the majesty of Yahweh, they shall cry aloud from the sea. Wherefore glorify ye Yahweh in the fires, or the valley, even the name of Yahweh Elohim of Israel in the isles of the sea. From the uttermost part of the earth have we heard songs, even glory to the righteous. But I said, my leanness, woe unto me. The treacherous dealers have dealt treacherously. Yea, the treacherous dealers have dwelt very treacherously. Fear and the pit and the snare are upon thee, O inhabitants of the earth. And it shall come to pass that he who flee from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that come up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the windows from on high are open, and the foundations of the earth do shake. The earth is utterly broken down. The earth is clean dissolved. The earth moved exceedingly. The earth shall reel to and fro as it do today, like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage. And the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it. upon the earth. And it shall fall and not rise again. And it shall come to pass in that day, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun, that Yahweh shall punish the host of the high ones that are on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. And they shall be gathered together, as prisoners are gathered in the pit, and shall be shut up in the prisons. And after many days shall they be visited. Then the moon shall be confounded, and the sun ashamed, when Yahweh of hosts shall reign in Mount Zion. And that's going to be in the times of the new heaven and the new earth. And in Jerusalem, and before his ancients gloriously. And reading that great word, I wanted to throw that psalm that we find right here with it, but read it on your spare time. Read or put down in your notes Isaiah 25. It's a great chapter of praise to Yahweh based on what you just read in the 24th chapter. I'm going to take us straight to Isaiah 59, because we just seen where Yahweh reproved the whole earth. Now we're going to read where Yahweh reproved Israel, and we real close into that new heaven and earth. Let us all turn our scriptures to Isaiah 59. Isaiah 59. And let's pick up at the very first verse. And it reads, Isaiah 59, verse 1. Another great chapter reproving Israel. Behold, Yahweh's hand, and please take note, the Almighty is establishing that I'm not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should repent. All that he has said will truly come to pass. Not one of his words will drop or fall to the ground. So when you teach that the Israelites are under the covenant of the law, and you teach that you've been teaching that and doing that for 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 and 100 years, the Almighty saying, you are a liar. And one might say, where did he say that at? Let's read. Behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save. Well, you said you've been doing the law. Why ain't you saved? Why do you find yourself in the same funky situation that we all find ourselves in, which is nothing but hell? Neither his ear heavy, that it cannot hear. You have cried over and over again. Why ain't you saved? You even teach that you're supposed to get together, go before the enemy, and tell the enemy to let you go while you confessing your sins and your father's sins. Well, why haven't Yahweh heard you? The second verse reads, but your iniquities have separated between you and your Elohim. So you're not getting no answers because of the iniquities. Not because you keeping the law. But your iniquities have separated between you and your Elohim, and your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear. So could that be the reason why he have not responded to you, even though you lied to us, telling us that you keeping the law? Could this be the reason why he has not answered you? Could this be the reason why you find yourself in the same boat that we all find ourselves in, swimming in hell? Absolutely. For the third verse reads, for your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies. Your tongue have murdered perverseness. None call for justice, nor any plea for truth. They trust in vanity. Yeah, just come in here, brother. Don't worry about them. Let's keep doing this, that, and another. And speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. They hatch crocodile's eggs and weave the spider web. He that eat of their eggs die, and that which is crushed breaks out into a vapor or viper. Their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. That is not going to help you. It's not going to work because it's not the truth. Their works are works of iniquity. They are robbing my people. And the acts of violence is in their hands. And violence is not always physically done. It's also done mentally. It is done out of your mouth. We got violence being done every day. We got women and brothers that's being talked about, that's being hurt every day by your mouth, by your disrespect, by your self-hatred of yourself and your women. It continued to read. In the 7th verse, their feet run to evil. We read in Proverbs 1, verse 16, do not run to evil. Only fools run to evil. Their feet run to evil. Ostracizing, character assassinating is evil. Robbing the poor and the afflicted, the widow, the fatherless is evil. Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. That is murder. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Their imagination is only evil. Wasting and destruction are in their paths. Look how many of us have been destroyed in these paths. We done lost husbands. We done lost wives. We done lost children and everything listening to these teachers. We done lost jobs. We done lost everything. The way of peace, they know not. You fighting against a brother that was just in your class. You fighting against a sister that was just in your class. You don't know peace. You are character assassinating your brother and your sister, and you kick them out after you robbed them. You never give them their money back. You don't say, well, get your butt out of here. You're so smart. Get out of here and take your money. No, you say, get out. You leave the money. That's robbery. Again, the 8th verse reads, the way of peace they know not, And there's no judgment. They say they can't judge. They say Yahweh didn't tell us to judge. We just supposed to keep the law. Don't worry about judging. Well, that's why you are evil. Because the Almighty plainly states by the mouth of the prophet Isaiah, there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever go therein shall not know peace. Well, they say Shabbat Shalom every day. Could they be lying? Absolutely. Therefore is judgment far from us. Neither does justice overtake us, because the punishment of an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore is judgment far from us. Neither does justice overtake us. We wait for light. These jokers can't give us no testimonies. Thus, behold, a surety. We wait for brightness. But these jokers can't give us no laws and testimonies. Thus, we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men, the walking dead. We roar all like bears when you think your lie is covered, and mourn sore like doves when Yahweh corrects you. We look for judgment, but there is none, because they keep teaching we ain't under the judgment. For salvation, but it is far off from us, because they won't teach you what Yahweh said about how he's going to save you and pardon you and forgive you. And none of those things will ever be mentioned again. They won't teach you that. Thus it reads again in the 11th verse, we roar all like bears and mourn sore like doves. We look for judgment, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far off from us. For our transgressions are multiplied before thee, and our sin testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them. So many of you know that you're wrong. You're just following the multitude, hoping that you're safe among the multitude. But Yahweh said, even though hand join in hand, ye will not go unpunished. And transgressing and lying against Yahweh, for you truly are lying against your Creator. These are not my words. You think you're lying against me. You're lying against your Creator. For we are bringing out his words. So if he say where tithe is to be done, and you say someplace else, you are lying against Yahweh. If he say where to keep all that he commanded you in the land that you possess and inherit, and you say that we are to keep it wherever we at, you are lying against your Creator, not your brother Samuel. And transgressing and lying against Yahweh. How? In departing away from our Elohim, speaking oppression. To tell us to pay tithes is oppression. And provoke or revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood, a lie. And judgment is turned away backwards, and justice stand afar off. The truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. Yea, truth, fellas, and he that depart, please take note that these are not my words, brothers and sisters. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The 15th verse of Isaiah 59 reads, yea, truth, fellas, and he that depart from evil, you and I, make himself a prey. We become a prey because we stand firm on our integrity to where we will teach and do fear Yahweh and depart from all manners of evil. That will make you a prey to the evil one. But you got to be a man. As David told Solomon, show thyself a man. And that's what we do. Every time we stand before our brothers and sisters, every time we stand before the world and tell them to fear Yahweh and depart from evil, we are standing on our integrity, even if it take us to our death. It reads, sorry about that. I be getting a little excited. I lost my space. 1 second. It tells us in the 15th verse, yea, truth, fellas, and he that depart from evil, make himself a prey. And Yahweh saw it. It ain't right, but he saw it. He see it. And it displeased him that there was no judgment. Well, they teach, you don't want them doing no judgment. And he saw that there was no man, because you got to be a man to stand up and tell people to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. You talking against the world when you say these things. You ain't talking against a class. You ain't talking against a moray. You're talking against the world. And it told us, and it tells us, again in the 16th verse, and he saw that there was no man, and wondered that there was no intercessor. Therefore his arm brought salvation into him, and his righteousness, it sustained him. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation upon his head. And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak. According to their deeds, according to their deeds, accordingly he will repay fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. To the owls he will repay recompense. So shall they fear the name of Yahweh from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of Yahweh shall lift up a standard against him. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and into them that turn from transgression, and Jacob, said Yahweh. As for me, this is my covenant with them, said Yahweh. My spirit that is upon thee, and my words which I have put in thy mouth shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seed, said Yahweh, from henceforth and forevermore. It also tells us, since we see how Yahweh have reproved the whole earth and his chosen nation, it tells us in the Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. And in this truth of a new heaven and a new earth, we find in Ezekiel, the 37th chapter, these great words. Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. And let's pick up at the 3rd verse and read to the 27th verse. And read to the 14th verse. And it reads, and he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, Master Elohim, thou knowest. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. One second, please. Brother John Israelite, you're going to have to put yourself on mute. I can hear it in my ear. It tells us in the 5th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim into these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinew upon you, and will bring you up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bones to his bones, your brothers and your sisters. And when I beheld, lo, the sinew and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them, the spirit. Then said he unto me, prophesy into the wind. Prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus said Yahweh Elohim, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. And who is more slain than us walking in these streets as the walking dead? Who is more slain? And I ain't just talking about the people that we see walking dead, hooked on trank and crack and all that other mess, but also the walking dead that is walking dead because of poverty, because of affliction, because of mental illness, because of all the dis-ease that we find ourselves under. The walking dead. It reads, so I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, into the walking dead, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. The army, that little people, that little nation that Yahweh going to make great in the new heaven and earth. Then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, and I ain't never seen a dead man speak, So it got to be talking about the living. They say our bones are dried and our hope is lost. This got to be talking about the living, because we just read in the book of Ecclesiastes that the living in the 9th chapter, the dead have nothing left in the earth. So the dead ain't got no hope. We just read that. So this can't be talking about a bunch of physically dead people. This is talking about a spiritually dead people that is lost. Their hope is dried up. Our bones are dry and our hope is lost. We are cut off from our parts, from the part of the living. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people, he's talking to the whole house of Israel, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, wherever you find yourself scattered on the four corners of the earth, walking around as the living dead, or the walking dead, should I have said, and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel, the new earth. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves. And ye shall put my spirit, because that's what's going to bring forth this new man and woman. That's what's going to bring forth this new heaven and earth. And shall put my spirit in you. And ye shall what? Live. And I shall place you in your own land, the new earth. Then shall you know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it, as your brother is declaring this day, and performed it. Said who? Said Yahweh. Also, let's take a look back in the book of Isaiah, and let's go to the 63rd chapter. Isaiah, the 63rd chapter. Because Isaiah was the main prophet that received this great revelation, this great prophecy of the end times. Thus, the spirit we find on Isaiah, it tells us in the 63rd chapter, if we pick up at the 7th verse and read to the 14th verse, it reads, I will mention the loving kindness, as I am doing this day, of Yahweh, and the praises of Yahweh, according to all that Yahweh has bestowed upon us, and the great goodness toward the house of Israel, which he has bestowed upon them according to his mercy, not according to your works, not according to your reenactments, nor according to your evil imaginations, but according to his mercies and according to the multitude of his loving kindness. For he said, surely they are my people, even though they are the walking dead today. Children that will not lie. And I hope and pray that we are those children. So he was their Savior. The Almighty just told them in Isaiah 65 that I was going to appear to your joy. I'm going to be your Savior because you had a contrite spirit and because you trembled at my word, because you feared me and you departed from all manners of evil. In all your affliction, he was afflicted. And the angel of his presence saved you, or saved them. In his love and in his pity, he redeemed you. And he bared you and carried you all the days of old. But they rebelled, as we read in Deuteronomy 29:32. They rebelled. And vexed his Holy Spirit, made him jealous. Therefore he was turned to be your enemy. And he is fighting against you. It reads, he was turned to be their enemy, and he fought against them. Then he remembered, as he will remember again. His name is on it. You will never find Yahweh lying to his friend. Then he remembered the days of old, Moses and his people, saying, where is he that brought them up out of the sea with the shepherd of his flock? Where is he that put his Holy Spirit within him, that led them by the right hand of Moses, with his glorious arm, dividing the waters before them, to make himself Yahweh alone an everlasting name, that led them through the deep as an horse in the wilderness, that they should not stumble, as a beast goes down into the valley. The Spirit, please take note of the terminology, of Yahweh caused him to rest. So did thy lead thy people to make thyself a glorious name. It also tells us, while we're in this great book and spirit of Isaiah, let us take a look at the second chapter of Isaiah. The second chapter of Isaiah. And let's read the second to the fourth verse. Isaiah 2:2. And it reads in Isaiah 2, verse 2, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahweh's house shall be established. And we're going to establish it. We're almost there. In the top of the mountain. And shall be exalted above the hills. And all nations shall flow into it. Because not just Israel need to be saved. All the nations of the earth need to be saved. Why? Because Yahweh anger and wrath is against the world. He created all that breathes. It tells us again in the second verse of the second chapter of Isaiah, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahweh's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow into it. And many people shall go and say, come you, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of the Elohim of Yaakov, and he will teach us of his ways. Because your brothers and your sisters didn't. They couldn't. They refused to fear him. They refused to depart from evil. So these words were not revealed to them. They couldn't promise you life this way. They had to promise you life in a lying way, in a false way. It reads, and he, the middle part of the third verse, and he will teach us of his ways. For we all have to be taught. So was our fathers taught. And we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion, not out of Cincinnati, not out of Atlanta, not out from New York, not out from California, not out from Chicago, St. Louis, it says, for out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations. They're going to be judged. The valley of Jehoshaphat. And shall rebuke many people. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into plumbing hooks. Because ain't none of that going to be needed under the new heaven and earth. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. It also tells us, I guess that's why I didn't read it, but I'm going to read it now. Let's go back to Isaiah, and let's go back to that psalm of praise that is found in the 25th chapter of Isaiah. For it truly goes with all of these words. Thus we find in Isaiah 25, the first 12 verses, and they read, Yahweh, thy art my Elohim. I will exalt thee. I will sing, I will praise thy name, for thou hast done wonderful things. You the one that brought the living dead back to life. You the one that took them out of their graves to place them back in the land that they possess and inherit. Thy counselors of old are faithfulness. Thy counsels of old are faithfulness and truth. For thou hast made of a city an heap, of a defense city a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city. It shall never be built. Therefore shall the strong people glorify thee. The city of the terrible nations shall fear thee. For thou hast been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat, when the blast of thy terrible ones is as a storm against the wall. Thou shalt bring down the noise of strangers, as the heat in a dry place, even the heat with the shadow of a cloud. The branch of the terrible ones shall be brought low. The branch of the terrible ones shall be brought low, and in this mountain shall Yahweh of hosts make into all people a feast of fat things, a feast of wines on the lees, of fat things full of marrow, of wine on the lees well refined. And he will destroy in his mountain the face of the covering. Note, please take note. He will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering, cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations. He will swallow up death and victory, and Yahweh Elohim will wipe away tears from off all our faces, and the rebuke of his people shall be taken away from off all the earth. Not no class. He ain't talking about no class. He's talking about all his people. I don't see no class out here dying in the street. I see all my sons and daughters dying in the street. Thus, Yahweh promised his mercies. And his mercies tells us he will swallow up death and victory. And Yahweh Elohim will wipe away your tears from off all your faces. And the rebuke of his people shall be taken away from off all the earth. For Yahweh has spoken it. And it shall be said in that day, Lo, this is our Elohim. We have waited for him. We didn't move forward. We didn't go before Pharaoh and tell Pharaoh to let us go before Yahweh appeared. We didn't confess our father's sins and their children's sins in the enemy's land before Pharaoh to be let go. It says, and he saved us. This is Yahweh we have waited for. We will be glad and rejoice in his salvation. And your brother keep telling you, you will be saved. I know a lot of you ain't paying me no mind, but you will be saved. For in this mountain shall the hand of Yahweh rest, and Moab shall be trodden down under him, even as straw is trodden down for the dunghill. And he shall spread forth his hands in the midst of them, as he that swims spread forth his hands to swim. And he shall bring down their pride together with the spoils of their hands, and the fortress of the high fort of thy walls shall he bring down, lay low, and bring to the ground. It continued to tell us, even to the dust. Let us turn to the 11th chapter of Isaiah. the 11th chapter of Isaiah. For this new heaven and new earth is being fulfilled by these words. Thus we find in the 11th chapter, dealing with that place of rest, dealing with that great kingdom of peace. It tells us in Isaiah, the 11th chapter, and we pick up at the very first verse and read, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And the Spirit, please take note of the terminology, of Yahweh shall rest upon him. The Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of Yahweh, and shall make him of quick understanding. And that's how you are when you fear him. It says, in the fear of Yahweh, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. But he going to reprove by the law and by the testimonies. It reads, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor. Well, what's more right than the law and the testimonies? It reads, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, as we are speaking this day. And with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked, as we are doing this day. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his lions, and faithfulness the girdle of his ruins. The wolf shall also dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lion, and the fatlings together, and a little child shall lead them. Can you imagine that? Not based under the violence we have lived under. You can't even imagine this. It would truly represent a full restoration, a full transformation of the heaven and earth. And the cow and the bear shall feed, their young ones shall lie down together. Man, if you look at this animal kingdom, them bears will tear a cow up so quick. Well, not in this day. And the suckling child shall play on the hole of an ass, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the crockerit's den. Well, not today. Matter of fact, they used our babies to catch crocodiles and all that. So not today. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. For the earth, please take note, we must be taught these things, which we have not. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yahweh, as the waters cover the sea. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles, the other nations, seek, and his rest shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt, from Pastrus, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, from the isles of the sea. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Yehudah. From where? From the four corners of the earth, where they find themselves today, being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of it. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversary of Yehudah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Yehudah, and Yehudah shall not vex Ephraim. No more Cain and Abel, no more civil rivalry, no more murdering and slaying your brother. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines toward the west. They shall spoil them of the east together. They shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. And Yahweh shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea, and with his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and shall smite it in the seven streams, and make men go over dry shore. And there shall be an highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like as it was to Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. It also tells us of this great spirit that Isaiah had upon him to prophesy. If we take a look at the 60th chapter of Isaiah, the 60th chapter of Isaiah, and it continues to tell us about this future heaven and earth, this future new heaven and earth, and the glory of Zion. Thus it reads in Isaiah 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for thy light is come, by the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because they have no light. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, as it is, and gross darkness the people." You are a witness that we are in gross darkness. Look how you grow. Look how you stumble. Look at all the violence. But Yahweh shall arise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, not to thy darkness, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Lift up thy eyes round about, and see all they gather themselves together. They come to thee. Thy sons shall come from afar, and thy daughters shall be nursed at thy side. Not ridiculed, not hated, not downplayed, not disrespected, but nursed at thy side. Then thou shalt see and flow together, and thy heart shall fear and be enlarged, because the abundance of the sea shall be converted into thee. No more worrying about paying your bills. No more worrying about you being evicted. None of that. It reads, the forces of the Gentiles, the other nations, shall come into thee. They got rich off of thee. All of that is going to be converted into you. It's going to be given to the poor, because he know what to do with it. He know how to pity. He know how to show mercy toward his brother and sister. So the Almighty going to take it from the wicked and give it to the poor. The 6th verse reads, the multitude of camels shall cover thee. The dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all they from Seba shall come. They shall bring gold and incense. They shall show forth the praises of Yahweh. All the flock of Kedar shall be gathered together into thee. The rams of Nabatha shall minister unto thee. They shall come up with acceptance on my altar. And I will glorify the house of my glory. Who are you that fly as a cloud and as the dove to their windows? It's you flying back to your land. Surely the owl shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from afar. They took your sons from afar by way of ships. They're going to bring them back by way of ships, not just ships, but also by planes. That is the metaphor that you find in the 8th verse, where it says, who are these that fly as a cloud and as the dove to their windows? Surely the owl shall wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring thy sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, and to the name of Yahweh thy Elohim, and to the Holy One of Israel, because he have glorified thee. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring into thee the forces, the wealth of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the Almighty promised our father Abraham, they that curse thee shall be cursed, and they that bless thee shall be blessed. It reads, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. The glory of Lebanon shall come into thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and I will make the place of my feet glorious. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending into thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the sole of thy feet. I know you don't believe it, but it's the truth. And they shall call thee the city of Yahweh, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas today you have been forsaken, you have been called the outcast and hated, so that no man went through thee. I will make thee an eternal excellency, a joy of many generations. Thou shalt also suck the milk of the nations, and shall suck the breast of kings. And thou shalt know that I, Yahweh, am thy Savior, and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Yaakov. For brass I will bring gold, for iron I will bring silver, for wood brass, and for stones iron. I will also make thy officers peace, and thy extractors righteousness. No. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders. But thou shalt call thy walls salvation, and thy gates praise. The sun shall be no more thy light by day, neither for brightness shall the moon give light into thee. But Yahweh shall be into thee an everlasting light, and thy Elohim thy glory. As sun, thy sun shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself. For Yahweh shall be thy everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous. They shall inherit the land forever. The branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. A little one shall become 1,000, the outcast, and a small one, a strong nation. I, Yahweh, will hasten it, quicken it in his time. And all those great words bring forth this great new heaven and earth. Let us all please turn our scriptures to the 65th chapter of Isaiah. And let's pick up at the 11th verse. I might have said the 11th verse. We should find ourselves in Isaiah, the 65th chapter, the 17th verse. And it reads, words of a new heaven and a new earth. For it reads in Isaiah 65, verse 17, for behold, I create new heavens and a new earth. And y'all should know that your brother don't make up no titles. All these titles that I make up or I bring forth are found in the scriptures of truth. We're using this scripture of truth to make a distinction between the holy and the unholy, between the clean and the unclean, between death and life. Thus we find in the 17th verse the words of our title that titles our presentation today. For behold, I create new heaven and a new earth, and the former what you find your butt under today shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. And I know it is hard to believe this, but the Almighty allow us to know that his ways is beyond human comprehension. You can't comprehend it because you don't fear him. If you fear him, this is easily understood. It is as the shining day, it is as the shining light that shine more and more and more into the perfect day. The perfect day is the day that these things are done. But we got the light on it right now. But be ye glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem, a rejoicing, and her people a joy. We just read that in Isaiah 60. And I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying, or sadness, or anger, or all the things that we find in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. Just hold with me, because I need to add these words on the recording. It says again in Isaiah 65, the 19th verse, and I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard in her, nor the voice of crying. That lets us know all the things that the Almighty has put on us, and all the things that we have cried about will no longer be upon us. We will no longer be scattered, nor will we no longer be serving wood and stone, nor will we no longer not have a place where we can find ease and the sole of our foot can rest. We will no longer finding ourselves with a trembling heart and failing of eyes and sorrow of mind. We will no longer find our life hanging in doubt. We will no longer fear day and night, but we will have insurance of our life. Thus, it continued to tell us in the 20th verse of Isaiah 65, there shall be no more thence an infant of days, no more miscarriaging, nor an old man that have not fulfilled his days. For the child should die 100 years old. But the sinner, as we read in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed. And they shall build houses and inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another man eat. For as the days of a tree are the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain. This ain't going to be the jobs that we find ourselves under today, nor bring forth for trouble. For they are the seed of the blessed of Yahweh, and their offspring with them, our children. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer, And while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Note what happens and how Yahweh responds when you under the law in obedience. His hand ain't shortened, nor his ear heavy. The 25th verse reads, as it read in the 11th chapter of Isaiah, the wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock, and dust shall be the serpent meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy. There will be no more violence in the street, and all my holy mountain, said Yahweh. And he continued to talk about this new heaven and this new earth in the 66th chapter. If we pick up at the 21st verse. And it reads, Isaiah 66:21. And I will also take of them, talking about you and your children, for the priests and for Levites, said Yahweh. For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, said Yahweh, so shall your seed, so shall your babies, and your name remain. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath, please take note, Israel, to another, shall all flesh come to worship me. Now, you won't have to say, well, we under the Sabbath. No, when you under the Sabbath, guess what? When you back kings and queens, when you back ruling, when you back being the noble, then all the earth is back under the law of Yahweh. They all will be under the Sabbath. It says, from one Sabbath to another shall all flesh come to worship. No more religion. Religion is worshiping. Well, the real truth, the statutes of life, the worship of Yahweh is only done in one place. And all the world got to come and worship him. We don't go to the world. The world come to righteousness. The world come to the light. The Almighty never told you to teach his word to the wicked. You got to be kidding. Didn't you read what it says? If he showed the wicked favor, he would not do righteousness. So he have never sent the blind to teach the blind. Put it that way. Because today you the blind. He have never sent the walking dead to teach the dead. Today you are the walking dead. Thus, let me read that 23rd verse in its entirety one more time. And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath into another, shall all flesh come to worship before me. Said who? Said Yahweh alone. And they shall go and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me. For their worm should not die, because they're going to be known as an accursed thing. Neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be an abhorring into all flesh, every person upon the earth. Let us turn to Isaiah 54, because this spirit was truly put on Isaiah to prophesy into Israel. Isaiah 54. And let's read the first 10 verses of Isaiah 54. And it reads, Sing, O barren, thy that did not bear, break forth into singing, and cry aloud, thy that did not travail with child, for more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, said Yahweh. And we know that to be true today. Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thy inhabitation. Spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the nations. It reads, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate city to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed, neither be thou confounded, for thou shalt not be put to shame, for thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shall not remember the reproach of thy widowhood anymore. For thy Maker is thy husband, Yahweh of hosts is his name, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, the Elohim of the whole earth shall he be called. Huh? You can put down those idols. You can put down that imagination. You can put down the son, the daughter, and the aunt, because the Almighty allows us to know the Elohim of the whole earth shall Yahweh be called. For Yahweh have called thee as a woman forsaken and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth when thy was refused, said thy Elohim. But please take note, for a small moment have I forsaken thee. The Almighty said 1,000 years is like a day to him. The saying is, we've been cast out of our land for over 2,000 years, so I guess it's been 2 days. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercy will I gather thee. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, said Yahweh, thy Redeemer. For this, as your brother showed you, for this is as the waters of Noah into me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I will not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from you, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, said Yahweh, that hath mercy on you. It also tells us, while we speaking these great words, if we take a look at the 55th chapter, and let's read these great words, for it allows us to know what we will find and how we will be spared and shown mercy and kindness and love. It says, ho, everyone that thirsts, that's all of us. Come ye to the waters, the living waters. And he that had no money, that's all of us. Come ye, buy and eat. Yea, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread? We got people today walking around talking about they are under the covenant of the law. And man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of Yahweh's mouth. Well, we ain't ate no bread. The bread you have taught us and charged us for is no bread. The second verse says, wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? We gave you the money. We was never full. We never ate the bread of truth because it was not given. It reads, again in the second verse, wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfied not? None of you are satisfied for the many hours and the hard work you put in on your plantation. You're not satisfied. You always need. You can't even let a mischief happen. That would throw your whole budget off. That show you how you're never satisfied and you always in the need. It tells us, hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good, and let your souls delight itself in fatness. Incline your ear, and come into me. Hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you, even the sure mercies of David. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. For we just read in the 11th chapter that a root of Jesse shall stand. It continues to tell us, behold, the 5th verse of the 55th chapter of Isaiah, behold, thou shalt call a nation that thou knowest not, and nations that knew not thee shall run into thee. Why? Because of Yahweh thy Elohim, and for the Holy One of Israel, for he alone glorified thee. Seek ye Yahweh while he may be found. Call ye upon him while he is near. Let the wicked fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It reads, let the wicked forsake his way, and the uprightness and the unrighteous man his thoughts. From the end to the beginning, it let us know at the beginning the Almighty destroyed the earth, called man imagination. His thoughts was only evil. It says, let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto Yahweh, and he will have mercy upon him. And to our Elohim, for there is only one creator, for he will abundantly pardon. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, said Yahweh. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than yours, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain come down and the snow from heaven, and return not tired, but waters the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower, and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void. All these things are coming to pass. But it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. For ye shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the forest shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of the briars shall come up the myrtle tree, and it shall be to Yahweh for a name, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Hab, H-A-B. And let's take a look at the second chapter. It is right before Zephaniah, and it is right before Zephaniah, and Nahum, the book Nahum, is before it, Habakkuk. And let's take a look at the second chapter. And it tells us in the 14th verse, for the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of Yahweh, as the waters cover the sea. We just read those things in Isaiah 11. Woe unto him that gives his neighbor drink, that putteth thy bottle to him, and make him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness. This is done all the time. It ain't always bottles now. It's all type of drugs. It says, thou art filled with shame for glory. Drink thou also, and let thy foreskin be uncovered. The cup of Yahweh's right hand shall be turned into thee, and shameful spurring shall be on thy glory. For the violence of Lebanon shall cover thee, and the spoil of beasts which made them afraid, because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city, and of all that dwell therein. What profit the graven image, that the makers thereof have graven it, the molten image, and a teacher of lies, that the maker of his work trust therein. And that's all a God is, and you ain't no better than the God that you made. To make dumb idols. Woe unto him that says to the wood, awake, to the dumb stone, arise. It shall teach. Behold, it is laid over with gold and silver, and there is no breath at all in the midst of it. But Yahweh is in his holy temple. Please take note. Let all the earth keep silence before him. If you're not going to say amen to these words, you better keep silent. It also tells us if we take a look in the book of Zechariah. The book of Zechariah. Let's go to the 8th chapter right quick. The book of Zechariah. Zechariah, excuse me. And let's take a look at the 8th verse. And it tells us in the 8th verse of Zechariah, coming to a close of this new heaven and earth, it tells us in the 20th verse, if we pick up there, thus said Yahweh of hosts, it shall yet come to pass that there shall come people and the inhabitants of many cities, and the inhabitants of one city shall go to another, saying, let us go speedily to pray before Yahweh and to seek Yahweh of hosts. I will go also. They all in agreement. Yea, many people and strong nations shall come to seek Yahweh of hosts. Where at? In Jerusalem. And to pray before Yahweh. Not in Mecca, nor any other place, but in Jerusalem. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Hebrew, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that Yahweh is with you. And to get a better understanding of why people would talk like that, all you got to do is refresh yourself with Deuteronomy 4, and it'll give you a great understanding of why people will speak the way they spoke or will speak according to this 23rd verse of Zechariah, the 8th chapter. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we take a look at the 14th chapter, because this all denotes this new heaven and this new earth, the establishment thereof, and what you will find in it. Thus it reads in Zechariah, the 14th chapter, and it reads, behold, the day of Yahweh come, and thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee. For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle. Please take note of the events. And the city shall be taken, and the houses raffled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall be cut off from the city. Then shall Yahweh go forth, fight against those nations, as when he fought in the day of battle, because he already promised his friend, they that curse thee shall be cursed. Thus the 4th verse reads, and his feet shall stand in that day upon Mount Olives, which is before Jerusalem, on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof, toward the east and toward the west. And there shall be a very great valley, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north, and half of it toward the south. And ye shall flee to the mountain, and ye shall flee to the valley of the mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach into Azel. Yea, ye shall flee like as ye flee from before the earthquake in the days of Uriah, king of Yehudah. And Yahweh my Elohim shall come, and all the saints with thee, with a two-edged sword in their hand. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to Yahweh, not day nor night. We read these same things in Isaiah. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be light. Isaiah 60:19 is where we read those things. It continued to say, And it shall be in that day that living waters shall come out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former sea, and half of them toward the hinder sea. In summer and in winter shall it be. And Yahweh shall be king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Yahweh, and his name one. Today, you got many names for Yahweh. Today, you got many Elohims. Today, you even saying a child is Elohim. Thus it says, all the land shall be turned as a plain from Geba to Rimmon, south of Jerusalem, and it shall be lifted up, and the inhabitants in her place, from Benjamin gate into the place of the first gate, and to the corner gate, and from the tower of Haniel into the king's wine presses, and men shall dwell in it. And there shall be no more utter destruction, but Jerusalem shall be safely inhabited. And this shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem. Their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet. Their eyes shall consume away in their holes, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouths. And it shall come to pass in that day that a great turmoil from Yahweh shall be among them, and they shall lay hold every one on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall raise up against the hand of his neighbor. And Yehuda also shall fight at Jerusalem, and the wrath or the wealth of all the heathens round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver, a pearl and great abundance. So shall be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the ass, and of all the beasts that shall be in these tents as this plague. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left, please take note, after the judgment of the nations, of all the nations which came against Jerusalem, shall even go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, and to keep his feast of tabernacles. And it shall be, and note, well, how would they know that? How would they know to keep? Because the nations will be taught. Because the whole earth, the knowledge of Elohim will be on the whole earth as the waters cover the sea. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, and it shall be that whosoever or whoso will not come up, and all the families of the earth into Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain, which denotes death. And if the families of Egypt go not up and come not, that have no rain, there shall be the plague wherewith Yahweh will smite the heathen that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacles. This shall be the punishment of Egypt, and the punishment of all nations that come not up to keep the feast of tabernacles. The whole world is under the law. And that day shall there be upon the bales of the horses holiness unto Yahweh, and the pots in Yahweh's house shall be like the bowls before the altar, because all these people is coming with their sacrifices. The right sacrifice that is required for the Feast of Tabernacles. Yea, every pot in Jerusalem and Yehuda shall be holiness unto Yahweh of hosts. And all day that sacrifice shall come and take of them and boil therein. And in that day there shall be no more evil, no more violence, no more uncleanness, it says, no more the Canaanite in the house of Yahweh of hosts. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the book of Yoel, the book of Yoel. We have about 3 more and we will be complete. The book of Yoel. And let's take a look at the 3rd chapter in the book of Yoel. And let's pick up in the book of Yoel at the 16th verse. Yoel 3 and 16. And it reads, in the book of Yoel, chapter 3, verse 16 to 21, Yahweh also shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth shall shake, but Yahweh will be the hope of his people and the strength of the children of Israel. So shall ye know that I am Yahweh your Elohim, dwelling in Zion, my holy mountain. Then shall Jerusalem be holy, and there shall no stranger pass through her any more. And it shall come to pass in that day that the mountains shall drop down new wine, and the hills shall flow with milk, and all the rivers of Yehudah shall flow with waters, and a fountain shall come forth of the house of Yahweh, and shall water the valleys of Shittim. Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness, for the violence against the children of Yehudah, because they have shed innocent blood, murdered in their land. But Yehudah shall dwell forever, and Jerusalem from generation to generation. For I, Yahweh, will cleanse their blood. No, for I, Yahweh, will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed. For Yahweh dwell in Zion. It also tells us in the book of Micah, the 7th chapter. If we turn there real quick, please. Micah, the 7th chapter. And let's read the 18th to the 20th verse. Micah, the 7th chapter, the 18th to the 20th verse. And it confirms again, who is a Elohim like unto thee, that pardons iniquity and passes by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage. He retained not his anger forever, because he delights in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities, and thy will cast all their sins into the depths of the sea. He ain't saying they ain't going to have no sin. He know what's going to be on you, but he's going to take it off for you. He's going to forgive you. He's going to cast it in the sea. Thy will perform the truth to Jacob and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. It also tells us in Jeremiah 50, if we turn there real quick and just read one verse, Jeremiah 50, and let's read verse 20. Jeremiah 50, verse 20 tells us, we that have eyes and can see, in those days and in that time, said Yahweh, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none. What? And the sin of Yehudah, and they shall not be found. What? For Yahweh will pardon them whom he preserved, it reads, and they shall not be found, for I will pardon them whom I reserve. It also tells us why we find ourselves in Jeremiah. Let's go to the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. And it tells us in the 17th verse, the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. Let's pick up at the 29th verse. The 31st chapter of Jeremiah, let's pick up at the 29th verse. Let's read to the 34th verse, and it reads, dealing with this great day. In those days, they shall say no more, the father hath eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge, but every one shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grapes, his teeth shall be set on edge. Behold, the days come, as this new earth and heaven will come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, said Yahweh. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, said Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their heart, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And note, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know Yahweh, for they shall all know me, from the least of them and to the greatest of them, said Yahweh. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. The 30th chapter of Jeremiah, and let's pick up at the 17th verse. The 30th chapter of Jeremiah, verse 17, and it reads to the 24th verse, For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh, because they called thee a nigger. They called thee an outcast, saying, This is Zion, who no man seeketh after. Thus said Yahweh, Behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palaces shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of you shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me. And I will punish all that press them, and their nobles shall be of themselves, not of somebody else, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them. And I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to appear or to approach unto me, said Yahweh? And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh goes forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. And these whirlwinds, these tornadoes, has been falling on the heads of the wicked. It tells us, the fierce anger of Yahweh shall not return until he have done it, and until he have performed the intents of his heart. And the latter days ye shall consider it. In closing, let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 22. Psalms 22 to close this great presentation, which was called A New Heaven and a New Earth. Psalms 22. And it reads, My Elohim, why hast thou forsaken us? Why art thou so far from helping us and from the words of our roaring? O our Elohim, we cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. But thou art holy, O thou that inhabit the praises of Israel. Our fathers trust in thee. They trusted, and thou did deliver them. So I think we better trust. They cried into thee and were delivered. I think we better cry. They trust in thee and were not confounded. I think we better continue to trust in his truth and in his mercy. But we are a worm and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see us laugh us to scorn. They shoot out the lip. They shake the head, saying, we trust on Yahweh, that he would deliver us. Let him deliver them, seeing we delight in him. But thou art he that took us out of the womb. Thou did make us hope when we was upon our mother's breasts. We was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art our Elohim from our mother's belly. Be not far from us, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed us. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset us around. They grasp upon us with their mouths as a raving and a roaring lion. We are pulled out like water, and all our bones are out of joint. Our heart is like wax. It is melted in the midst of our bowels. Our strength is dried up like a potsherd, and our tongue cleaves to our mouth, to our jaws. And thou hast brought us into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed us. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed us. They pierce our hands and our feet. We may tell all our bones. They look and stare upon us. They part our garments among them and cast lots upon our vesture. But be not thou far from us, O Yahweh, our strength. Haste thee to help us. Deliver our soul from the sword, our darling from the power of the dog. Save us from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard us from the horns of the unicorn. We will declare thy name unto our brethren in the midst of the congregation. We will praise thee. Ye that fear Yahweh, praise him. All ye, the seed of Jacob, glorify him. And fear him, all ye, the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised, nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted. Neither have he hid his face from him. But when he cried, and to him he heard. Our praise shall be of thee in the great congregation. We will pay our vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise Yahweh that seek him. Your hearts shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn into Yahweh. And all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. For the kingdom is Yahweh's, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon earth shall eat and worship. All they that go down to the dust shall bow before him, and none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to Yahweh for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness as we have just done this day. And to a people that shall be born, that he have done this, a new heaven and a new earth. That will be the end of the presentation. We will open up for comments and questions. Please remember 2 minutes per comment and question, and please introduce yourself by way of name and city. Shalom, Israel. Is there any comments or questions? You got to speak up a little louder, brother. Go ahead, speak up. I can hear you.
Shalom, Israel. Can y'all hear me okay?
You kind of low.
I can hear you, but speak up a little louder. That way it's recorded. Speak up a little louder, brother.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Israel. Shalom, Israel. I just want to say, of course, this was a lesson that is striking home with all of us, I'm sure, whether you stay in the suburbs or the city. You see that we need to be saved, whether you at work, whether you at wherever you at. If you just open your ears and listen to the people that look like you talking, man, they always talking about some drama, always talking about what they don't got. Somebody done died, somebody's going to get kicked out, somebody homeless, somebody alcoholic. I'm telling you, my head be spinning every day. But you know what? This right here is what gives me hope every day. I got a new thing now. I just say, man, I see y'all in the wilderness. Most people don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I know what I'm talking about because we're going to get up out of this. We're going to get up out of this because we just read witness to it. And really, I be wondering what all of these other religions are talking about, especially when it comes to the Bible. We just sat here and read a whole lot of scriptures that is self-explanatory. So it's like, I don't even know how they insert themselves in there. But clearly, ones on the face of the earth who are despised, outcast, sick, hungry, broke, homeless. Just don't get me started. But as the brother did say, and as our scriptures tell us, these other people need to be saved too. Because why everything say China? Because they enslaved most of their population just to be rich. And so that's all I got to say. Thank you, brother, as always. Please keep it up. We need you. Shalom.
And who was speaking and where you from, brother?
This is John from Chicago.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, my brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, shalom, my brother. This is Yahoo Sean from Virginia.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom. Excellent presentation. Everything spoken, written, foretold, accurate. Whether we live during that time or not, as we're in the midst of it,
What's up,
and things that are to come. Can you hear me? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you. Somebody need to put themselves on mute, but just talk up, brother.
All right, and as things to come, what we read, which is the history of our forefathers, we see the evidence of what was spoken, what has taken place, what has happened. His word is accurate, whether one may believe it or not, but also keeping in mind, the spirit of these sleep is upon our brothers and sisters, and they may not receive it at the time, but in time, when the Most High does what he needs to do, everything's going to be accomplished. His word is perfect. Once he speaks it, it's clear. He established what he's going to do, what he said, and we could witness some of the things that's written, that's recorded, and look at ourselves in this time and day and look at what has befallen us as it was told to our forefathers in the wilderness. We being whipped and in captivity and slave, all these things that we can witness that's happening was already spoken. So when he spoke about the curses, we can identify with the curses. But now, when it's spoken about the deliverance in the end time, that's where a lot of people, because they don't see it, they don't understand it, they fall away from it. But know in fact that it's going to happen. He is so amazing, the Almighty. This is our Elohim. And yes, when he accomplished what he said he's going to accomplish, all of the world is also going to be a witness in that time period as it's unfolded. But right now, everything, the world is in its wickedness, it's in its evil, as he stated in Genesis and throughout, and we are living proof of it. We are his witnesses, suffering and learning to accept the punishment, because there's nothing we can actually do about it but accept it, but stand firm, strong upon him and wait. But keep our mind stayed on him at all times. Excellent presentation, my brother. Hallelujah. All praises to the Most High.
Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken, my brother. And as you was trying to declare to the people, as we wait on Yahweh, fear him and depart from all manners of evil, and you will be accepted in his eyes. You might not make it out of this sojourning, but your babies will. So fear him and depart from evil. We're not just saying wait. That's what the people that's speaking forward against us are saying. Oh, well, all they do is say wait. So what? And I remember years ago when people said to me, well, what do you suggest, brother? When we had the great meeting with the great Moray Alicia, the audience said, what do you suggest, brother? And I told them I don't suggest nothing. When people ask me that, I tell you to get your butt on your black knees and beg for mercy. Fear him and depart from evil. It act like people act like they don't understand that. That is how you can be accepted while you find yourself in hell. You're not doing evil. You're not showing self-hatred towards your brother nor your sister. You're standing firm. You're trembling with this contrite spirit. That was very wisely spoken, my brother. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Eliakim, brother. Eliakim, brothers and sisters.
Hallelujah. Glad to hear your
brother.
voice. Glad to hear your voice.
Glad to hear yours too. I've been missing you, but I got you tonight, and I just want to say thank you for putting together another wonderful message. And I'm hailing from Berkeley, Michigan. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeshua.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? Very wisely spoken.
Shalom.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Shalom, family. It's Yahaniah. I tuned in a little late, but I got about an hour and a half into the teaching. But nevertheless, I still got the message, and it's always very encouraging. And I just wanted to mention how I know for sure that we're not saved, because I'm going to just talk about a personal experience that I have. I have some issues, right? And Yah said he was going to smite us with madness. Now, I know he was talking to our ancestors, but if we don't have some madness, if we don't have mental disorders and all kinds of afflictions to remind us that we are still under the curse and we have not been saved from anything yet. And I just appreciate your teaching to remind us and to wake up some of our brothers and sisters that have ears to hear and that do want to fear the Almighty, and depart from evil, that they will get it. Because it's so clear when you read Yah's word, and then when you see our conditions that we're in today, not only just in America, but all over the world.
Absolutely.
Our people are being afflicted all over. And the only thing we can do is fear the Almighty Yah, pray and cry to him, and just wait. That's all we can do. We can wait and pray and hope that in our day that he'll deliver us. And if he doesn't deliver us, the only thing we can do is to praise him, worship him alone, live with good moral character, which is departing from evil, and just keep on, fighting the good fight and just holding on and keeping the hope and faith in Yah.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken. And what city are you in?
Well, I'm from New Jersey, Philadelphia area. But I'm all over. Like, I'm in Atlanta, I'm in Florida. But that's my homeland. I mean, my home. Well,
and I'm just asking the people to state where they from, because I know what goes on in these cities, and I just want you to state what city you in, because all that violence that I know about is in your city. So I just want you to tell us who you are and what city you're in.
Yahaniah, Atlanta, Georgia.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, and you are absolutely correct. But while we wait, we are not going to be found guilty of not fearing Yahweh, and we're not going to be found guilty of doing any evil while we wait.
Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Great comments.
Shalom. This is John from Chicago. I have one more thing I'd like to say, sir.
Go ahead, brother. You got to speak up louder because we want to make sure you are recorded. You're speaking from a cell phone, so I need you to speak up a little louder. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. I wanted to say, in response to what you were talking about earlier when we were talking about violence, because a lot of people only think that violence is physical, but you made that point that it is verbal. How many times do you abuse your brother and sister when you see them out there cracked out, drunked out, all that? You know, we like to make fun of one another, and I hate that. It's just these curses, man. The same things our fathers was doing is the same thing we doing today, because Yahweh made it perfectly clear. Like, well, since y'all want to do that to one another, I'm gonna have the whole world do it to you until I come and stop it.
Absolutely.
Hallelujah.
Absolutely. And that's very wisely spoken, brother. And I have the same spirit that you have, because I see it every day. We walk right over the homeless. We walk right past the poor and afflicted. And a lot of times those poor and afflicted, like I said, it might not be by bread. It might not be a water. It might be mental illness. It might be all type of illness, and we just walk right past it like we don't see nothing because it ain't on us.
Oh, yeah. Made me so mad, sir. Man, it feels so alone. It's like, man, this is not funny, man. You taking pictures of this man, and you going to post it on your Instagram, on your Facebook. Well, Almighty Yah might have something to say about that, man. People, we just don't get it, man. We just don't get it. But hallelujah, we're going to be saved one day. Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. And it allows us to know that, like we read, that there was not many men in the city. That the poor man had to save the city, because there was not many real men in the city. So when you see the poor and afflicted, you can't consider that. You'll walk past it. You'll close your eyes at it as if you don't see it, even in your own house. Even in your own house.
Or you'll make fun. You'll make fun of them and think it's funny. Like some of our people, they know people have emotional issues and stuff, and then they'll just say, oh, well, you should get over it, or you should grow up, or you should do this. Well, you know what? When you're suffering from a mental disorder, you can't do that. It's not even about that. And so where's the love?
Not just mental issues, but all the diseases that Yahweh has placed upon us. It is so many diseases. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a medical person, so I can't bring up all the diseases that we suffer as a people. But there are numerous. There are diseases that is on us that wasn't even on our people in Egypt. So we are truly diseased as a people, and we need to be saved out of it. And as our brother John has stated from Chicago, the Almighty has promised that we will be saved out of it. And yeah, we done did a lot of things. We done did a lot of things before we got where we at now, and many of you going to keep on doing them. But the Almighty said that He is a merciful Elohim. Now, you might get caught up before He displays His mercy, and you might be a victim of violence. You might find yourself slain in the streets, but you have a way of refuge if you just fear Him and do no evil.
That's praise God for His word. It's never going to return void.
It will never return void.
That's right.
Is there any other comments or questions? Great comment, brothers and sisters. Is there any other comments or questions? I got a question for the listening audience. For those that was listening. Why is Yahweh so big on murder? Would anybody like to answer that?
John from Chicago, I'm gonna give it a shot. Because he wants us to be merciful towards one another. Because we all we got.
That's a great shot. But I warned y'all at the beginning that I'm going to ask some questions. Hold on. That I'm going to ask some questions, and your answers will be found in your notes if you're taking them. That's the wrong answer, but great shot. Would anybody else like to try?
Yes, my brother. Yahushan. Yahushan again from Virginia. The reason why, because he created man in his own image.
There you go. Somebody took down some notes. And can you take me to that chapter and verse?
Actually, I don't have the scriptures with me at the moment. I'm outside.
Okay, that's great. That's great. You answered it, though. You answered it. So hold your thought. Just hold that thought. Let's hear it from Yahweh one more time for those who pencil wasn't working. Let's go to Genesis 9. It was found right in Genesis 9. And it's talking to all man, not Israel, all man. And this is the biggest reason. This is the biggest reason why man will be judged. Not Israel. Israel already judged. But why the earth will be judged. Genesis 9. And what my brother would have read for y'all is Genesis 9, verse 5 and 6. And it reads, and surely your blood of your lives will I require at the hand of every beast. Will I require it? And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. Why? It reads, whoso shed man blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Why? For in the image, as our brother just quoted, of Elohim made he man. That's why Yahweh hold murder very high. Because you are killing his creation that he has made in his likeness and in his image. So every time you kill your brother, you are killing something that Yahweh holds dear to him.
Yes, he is, because he made man his own image.
He made that man or that woman
in his own image. Hallelujah.
And also, sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
And also, I hear a lot of people, they will jump quick to kill and don't discern between murder and kill, because there's a time to kill. There's a time for this and that. But murder is clear as day is what he's referring to. And back to Cain and Abel, in that situation, are you my brother's keeper? The other illustration to that was when Moses, slew the Egyptian for, whipping on his brother, showing that he's his brother's keeper.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that brother keeper hurried up. And that brother keeper hurried up and talked against black on black crime, didn't he? He hurried up and said, brothers, why is y'all striking each other?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He hurried up and talked against the violence that we do among ourselves, the self-hate that we have among ourselves. The brother keeper hurried up and talked against it. Because he understands that you are made in Yahweh's image.
Yes. Thank
Very
you,
wisely
y'all.
spoken, brothers and sisters.
Acknowledge you. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, y'all.
Very wisely spoken, brothers. Is there any other comments or questions?
Oh, this brother Eliakim, like the brother was saying, like you all were saying, the interesting thing today is the same thing going on with us today. After the one brother came to do good, Brother Moshe, now first thing he do is try to show what is favorable in the eyes of Yahweh's righteousness, Yahuwah's righteousness. First thing we do is want to belittle him and run back and talk all loud, don't act like we have any kind of understanding of what's going on and keep it between ourselves, like we can't discern that. I mean, I know that's a sickness, that we can't discern. I would say that's a part of the curse. We can't discern when one of us is trying to do something good for the good of us. I mean, not all of us, not many of us, but it's some certain ones. They get out in front and they got these crazy things about being a snitch, not being a snitch. My mother told us to keep us straight. She said, if you go out there and do something wrong and you come back, she said, you ain't got to worry about the police looking for you because I'm going to tell on you. So that right there helped us in the same way that Yahuwah's word is helping us today to realize he ain't playing. He is very serious, and that bloodshed is literally making you an enemy of him because you're attacking his blood. You know, so that's some things I noticed. I just wanted to drop that in there, and I appreciate it. I'll be quiet now.
Aliyah, and that was wisely spoken, and that's exactly what Moses' brothers said to them. He said, who made you prince? Who gave you the right to correct us? Who gave you the right to tell us the right thing? Because that's all he was doing. All he was doing is trying to be a brother keeper. Instead of them accepting it, they ridiculed him. Who made you king? Who made you prince? And what's so unique about that story is, if they lived, if those same two men lived, by the time Yahweh came and got them, their question was answered, wasn't it?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, Yahweh made me. Yahweh is the one put this in my mouth. I couldn't even tell you that. I couldn't even answer you that day. But later on in retrospect, when Yahweh using Moses to bring his children out, it was answered. Yahweh made me prince. I didn't even know I was a prince. I was just saying what was right. But Yahweh made me a prince. Yahweh is the one made Moses bring those people out.
Allow Yahoo, brother. Thank you.
All about Yah.
Aliyah.
All about Yah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I always enjoy this supper after the meal. I really appreciate it.
Aliyah. The Almighty said, come and eat and drink for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff y'all been paying for, as the Almighty talk about us delivering, that stuff y'all been paying for only giving you gas. Ain't no deliverance, just some gas. You just gassed up. You just gassed up. No deliverance.
This is food without waste.
Pride comes to the full.
Is there any other comments or questions?
So.
Food without waste.
If there isn't any other comments or questions, I truly thank the listening audience for lending the ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from evil. If there isn't any other comments or questions, I just want to thank you very much for lending the ear that you may hear. And we'll go ahead and end the presentation with Psalms 67, if there isn't any other comments or questions. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalm 67 in closing of this great presentation, A New Heaven and a New Earth. Psalms 67.
Praise the mighty Yah.
And it reads in closing, Elohim, be merciful unto us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us, Selah, that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving help among all nations, for there is only one creator. If you got some help, it was from Yahweh.
Every time.
Let the people praise thee, O Elohim. Let all the people praise thee. Oh, let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah.
Let the people. Let the people. They cut him off.
Sorry about that, Israel. They trying to drop us off, so let me finish up these last two verses. The 6th and 7th verse of Psalm 67 reads again, Then shall the earth yield her increase, and Yahweh, even our Elohim, shall bless us. Yahweh shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, family. Shalom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shalom. Shalom. Hallelujah. 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 Shalom, shalom.